Girl, what the fuck? What you talking about? Girl,
No,
Morning. Looks like we have Brock Living Good up first with you. Any updates or anything that we should know about him that's not in the recommendation?
no, nothing's changed since the recommendation was made.
Okay. Do you know, was he, before he came in, was he living on his own or with his mom? And I can ask him too. There's a question that I had about the plan.
I want to say. I'm just gonna say I don't remember because I don't want to tell you incorrectly.
That's okay. I'll ask him too. I could just pull up the HPQ too and double check
What's
myself.
the address? So his last address is noted here is 30 Whole
Yep.
Street.
And that's hers. Okay, so he was. Did you guys have any other questions?
I do not. I don't.
All right, we are ready to bring him in.
Okay, and introduce yourself by name and number. All right.
Hello, I'm Brock Livengood, 6670471.
Thank you. My name's Meredith Lamberti. And here with me are Jesse Rincon and Dana Wingert. Nice to meet you as well. We're the 3-member panel of the Board of Parole who are going to be talking to you this morning. Before we get started, I do want to go over a couple of things with you so you know what to expect today.
Okay.
So the very first thing that's important for you to know is that this Zoom that we're on is considered a public forum. And what that means is that members of the public or the media, they can listen to your interview, but they can't participate in it. But because they can listen, it's important that you know we might discuss some personal and confidential information this morning. Excuse me, and that includes things like your medical history, mental health history, substance abuse history, treatment history, or other confidential information. So do you understand that those are things we might discuss today?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and do you still want to have the interview?
Yes.
Okay, so what's gonna happen is that each of the 3 of us might have some questions for you, and we'll start with our questions first.
Okay.
And then once we're done with our questions, that's when I'll turn back to you and you'll have the chance to tell us anything else that you'd like for us to know or anything that you might have prepared for us today.
Okay.
And then once you've had a chance to make a statement, then the 3 of us are gonna go into our deliberation where we discuss what our decision's gonna be. And we will do that here on the Zoom, so you'll be able to listen to our discussion as we're having it. And then once we reach a final decision, I'll turn back to you. I'll explain anything about it that might be confusing, and then that will end our interview for the day, okay?
Okay.
Are you ready to get started?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, why don't you give us, a brief but detailed explanation of the crimes that you committed and what was going on in your life at the time that led up to that?
Okay, I have intimidation with a dangerous weapon and a couple of counts of assault displaying a dangerous weapon. In August of 22, I fired a gun into 2 homes in the community. It was a night of drinking after a rodeo, and I don't really remember exactly what happened, but I got in an argument with some people that I was hanging out with, and then I fired my weapon into their home, and then I drove back home to my house, and then I fired another weapon into another home. When I was doing that, I got a text from the first home because she was one of my friends, and she told me that her house been shot up, and I knew right away I did that. Even my drunken drunken stupor, I knew I did that. So I went back to her home and I said that I did that and I was arrested there. During that time, I just got done with this company called Jaybird Construction. I was building pole barns, and I had the idea that I could go on my own and own a business. So I was starting a business, and I was doing full house remodel for one of my good buddies' dads, Ben Lake. I was remodeling his rental homes, and in the meantime, I was drinking pretty heavily, and I just wasn't dealing with my emotions the way I was, and that led up to this night. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
So the first house, it sounded like those were people that you got into an argument with. And then what prompted the second house? How did you know those individuals, and what do you remember about your thought process for the second home?
So I worked for the people on the house, the Prestons. I worked for them for about a year and a half, 2 years, prior to working for Jaybird Construction. And I really don't know what my thought process was when I was going through that. I was in a lot of emotional distress from all the traumas that I've been through, and I think this gives no excuse, but I think I wanted people to feel the pain that I was feeling, and I did that in a terrible way. And I don't really know why I did it. I just did. And but I knew them for work. I worked for them. And we didn't only work together. We spent most of our time together for that whole around 2 years.
Was it normal for you to have a gun in your car at that time?
Yeah, I legally owned the gun, and I carried it. And yes, it was normal for me.
And then was alcohol your primary issue, or were there other substances involved?
Alcohol was my primary issue. I did use other substances. Marijuana was a big one. I used that pretty regularly, but alcohol was the primary large issue.
Okay. Can you talk to us then a little bit about like your history of alcohol use? So how old you were, and then at the time of this, how frequently you were drinking, and when you think that you're able to identify that it became a problem for you?
Yeah, so when my dad passed, it was 2013, and I started drinking after that. I was 13 at the time, and I would just with friends and going out to parties and stuff. But I think I used marijuana more at that time. I started drinking pretty regularly when I got involved with Preston's. We would go to their shop after work, and I would drink with them. And I think it was right around then, right around New Year's of 21 into 22, I realized that I had a problem with it. There was at a New Year's party, I got into a little tussle with one of the members at a party there, and it just didn't end up well. And that's kind of what made our falling out was. And I realized that I had a problem, and so I tried to back away from it. But my issue was that I would binge drink. I would stop drinking for a while, and then I would just go on these binges, and it would be blackout drunk, and I wasn't recognizing that. Well, that's still a problem. Even if I don't drink every day, it's still a problem to binge drink, yeah.
Okay, and then I guess my last question for right now is, it looks like your parole plan is to go back to your mom's, to the same small community that these victims live in. So how do you plan to navigate that, and how do you think, your eventual release back is gonna affect their feelings of safety having you back so close?
Yeah, I have thought about this. We tried very hard to get have my mom moved in, rent an apartment. It just didn't work out for us, financial reasons and things. So I was a little reluctant to go back there in the first place, but my mom and I talked about it, and the whole time that I was on bond for almost a little less than a year, I was going to therapy and I was staying away. I was working every day, and I tried my hardest to stay away and make them feel safe. And I will continue to do that. Go to therapy and stay out of contact with them. And it is close proximity. I live in a very small town, but there's enough divide from where I work. I work in Omaha, especially during that time, and I do have a job in Omaha upon my release. And so I feel like there's enough divide where I won't see them, and I will stay busy enough with work that it won't affect me or them.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna see if my colleagues have any questions, and then I might come back to you in the end. Dana, any questions?
Yeah, I just have a couple. Good morning, how are you?
Pretty good, thank you.
Okay, as I read through this, we did a lot of research. We have a lot of documents, everything from court records to medical records to institution records. I mean, we put a lot of time and effort into this. The thing that I kept coming back to, and it's something that Miss Lamberti mentioned, is, okay, trainer's got what, 1,000 people roughly?
Yep.
Okay, this is a small town, and you going back to that small town where the victims live. I mean, you talked about going to therapy. Do you plan on continuing that?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you're going to run into people at the gas station. And I'm not just talking about the victims. I mean, you need to make a concerted effort to stay away from the victims, obviously.
Yep.
But just the other people in town. I mean, everybody in town knows what happened, right?
Yep.
And everybody in town knows Brock. And if Brock all of a sudden shows up back in town, I mean, there's going to be some chatter. There's going to be some talk. There's going to be some rumors. What have you learned through any programming that you've taken since you've been incarcerated that's going to help you deal with that? Because it's going to happen. I mean, it's a small town.
Yeah. Yeah, well, through active and MRT trauma, I have identified what my away moves and my towards moves are, as active says it. And one of my away moves was drinking. And that was coming from, especially people's mindset towards me. And I understand that people are going to talk, and they have every right to talk. I did a terrible thing. And that's just something that I will have to deal with. And I've learned to deal with my emotions better in here, have more of a control with it. And I honestly, they have every right to talk and to spread the rumors and whatever. And that's okay. And I will deal with that, not by drinking and doing that like I was, but I've learned like through working out, and I have lost some of my friends that I was hanging out, and I've gained new friends that are better and healthier for me. And I think that if they want to talk, and of course it's going to be a shock if I get my parole and when I come back, that it's going to be a shock, and I just hope that we all can go through this very maturely and healthily, you know?
Yeah, and I agree with that. It's easy to say from your perspective, though, you
Yes.
know, but we have to think about everybody else in town, including the victims. So you talked about some trauma that you've been through and you're using, you know, the binge drinking to deal with that. You indicated that your father had passed away. Was there anything else that was happening in your life that was causing this trauma?
I've had a few friends die of a car accident, and not die but be seriously injured, and I was actually there when that happened. He was hit by a car. From a young age, I seen these traumatic events, and those are a few. And with my therapist that I was going to, I was doing EDMR therapy. It's this type of therapy that it allows your brain to think about these traumas, and it opens up these things. And I also want to do hypnotherapy to deal with some of these traumas that I've forgotten about. Like that night that this incident happened, I don't remember a lot of it because of my drunken stupor. And I would like to, because it was a trauma for them. And I think it's very important for me to be able to accept fully what I did that night, you know, instead of just what I know off reading paper and the police report and the little that I do know. And I would like to deal with these things more appropriately.
Okay, so we're approaching, well, in May, it'll be 2 years, right? 2 years in prison.
Yeah.
Is this the longest period that you've gone since you started drinking without drinking?
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to be able to stay on that path?
Yeah, I plan to go to AA meetings, and he's hasn't truly sponsored me before, but he is a sponsor of the AA group that I went to when I was out on bond before I came into prison. And he's agreed that he would help me out. And the people that I'm getting into work with, the South O Roofing, they are sober. And I really was leaning on them the time that I was out on bond. And I expect to lean on them too, and they expect me to lean on them. I know my mother will also help hold me accountable for everything, you know, and she will actively help me stay sober.
And that's going to be important because, I mean, there's a lot of forgiveness and healing that's going to need to occur. And that's essentially all on you. But the first time, you know, you're filling your truck with gas and grab a 6-pack at the convenience store and Trainer, it's all going to come unraveled. You know, that's the nature of a small town. And so you mentioned the company in Omaha that you're going to work for, that's a roofing company.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Jesse, any questions?
Yeah, I do. Good morning.
Morning.
So you talked about active a little bit about understanding way moves and toward moves, and you said that one of your way moves was drinking, and away moves are moving away from your values. What are some of your values that you were kind of moving away from?
Yeah, family is a huge one. I have a very strong support with my family, and and that's a large value of mine. Another one is health. I value being healthy and being able to work and have a work ethic that I feel tired when I come home, and it's really hard to stay healthy when you're drinking, you know. And I think another large value is love. I love people, and my family and my friends, I definitely give them my heart and everything. And it's when I would binge drink, I would get in fights with people, and I would do things that didn't show that I was a good friend.
How many times were you on probation?
This is the first time I've ever been in trouble.
So there's a point to that question. The reason I ask that is because I'm looking at, you don't have very much history on the negative, which is good. And so my question to you is, what are you going to walk away from that you've learned in prison about yourself?
That is a great question. I've learned who I am. I've learned how to interact with people that are different than me. And I've learned a lot of things about all walks of life. And I'm grateful for that. I've learned that I love God and I am strong in my faith. Not more about myself, but a skill that I've learned is welding. And I'm extremely grateful for welding. I work for IPI building new way tailgates for Scranton Manufacturing. And that has brought me a therapy that I didn't even know existed. You know, the stillness and the patience that you have to have with welding. I've learned that I really enjoy that. And that is something that I will pursue in the future.
I appreciate that answer. Thank you. So I know you don't remember a lot of the incident because you said of the intoxication, but when you have read those reports of what happened, what goes through your mind?
Anguish. How could I do this? It goes through my mind that I feel like a terrible person, you know? I feel like, how could I have done this? And I've hurt people. You know, I may not have physically hurt them, but I hurt them. And this is something that will affect them for the rest of their lives. And it's something that I've had to come with terms with myself that I will have affected them for their whole lives. And I feel like a terrible person. I do.
And you stated that you were attending therapy. Without telling me about your therapy session, what did you take from you that's really going to be beneficial that opened your eyes through therapy?
I learned that I can lean on people. I was taking a lot of my anguish and a lot of my emotional distress, and I wasn't allowing people to help me. And through therapy, I've learned that there are people that love me that are wanting to help me through this emotional distress. And especially, you know, with the EMDR, I've learned things that, you know, about my past traumas that are invaluable, you know, and I've learned that to go through things is normal, you know, and I'm not taboo to have emotions, you know.
Good answer. Good answer. Did you, before your dad had passed, and I'm sorry to hear that, before your dad had passed, was he the guy that you could go to and talk to things? And is that why you kind of felt like you had to bottle things up because you didn't have that outlet anymore?
My dad is still my hero. He was my hero. And he committed suicide. He was a captain of the Omaha Fire Department. He was a paramedic as well. And he was my hero. And yeah, I was always a daddy's boy, you know. And when he passed, yeah, it hit me hard, and I'm still dealing with the emotions, you know. And I don't believe that's something that you just get past, you know. But yeah, my mom is my everything as well. and my whole family is, let me correct, my whole family is. I believe that when something traumatic happens, there's two ways that a family can go. They can either split apart or they can grow closer. And we grew closer. And my own stubbornness and my own stupidity wasn't letting me allow them into the things that I had going on. And back to answer another one of your questions about what I've learned in prison is that they can help me through these things. And I can lean on them. And I'm grateful for them for that.
I appreciate that. And my colleague Dana that you were getting questions from before, he'll bring this up a lot. He'll ask, how is your relationship with your PO? And the reason I'm bringing it up is because that is one more outlet that you'll have. That's one, believe it or not, they're there to help you. I was a PO for years, and that was probably my biggest goal, was to see if we can do something together as a team. So don't forget that part, okay?
Yeah, I was talking with my mom about this, and we're both there to see me succeed. And so using my PO, which I've never had a relationship with a PO, and so I'm excited to have one. But we're both there to see me succeed, and any way I can help them do that for me, even better, you know.
Good enough. Thank you for answering the questions I had. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
What questions?
I don't.
All right, so Mr. Livengood, now is your time to tell us anything else that you'd like for us to know, or anything that you might have prepared for us today.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys spending the time to see me today. And I know a lot of work goes into a parole board and a parole hearing, and I do appreciate that. I want to say I am truly sorry for the actions that I had, and I'm doing everything in my power to never bring myself to a position to have those actions ever again. And with the drinking, I'm going to attend AA meetings. I've been attending AA meetings in here since I was in a couple months after, because there was a waiting period in Clarinda to get into the meetings. But going through my incarceration, I've learned so many things, and leveling up through the system, and getting jobs and working more, and then coming here to Rockwell City and getting into Scranton and learning a skill that I didn't even know I loved. And those things are so valuable to me that I appreciate this time that I've had to take a step back of my life and to learn things about myself, and to figure out what I truly believe in and what I truly value in life. And one of those things is not coming back to prison, is not being in here. I frankly, I don't like it in here, and I don't want to be a career criminal. I'm not a career criminal. I made a terrible decision, and I have to live with the consequences, and I am. I thank you guys very much for seeing me today.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So we're gonna go into our deliberation now. And just so you know, this interview with you is just a piece of our deliberation and the process that we take. You know, we're also able to access, you know, your records from your time at DOC, you know, your institutional behavior, treatment programs that you've done, any correspondence that we might have received, any release plan from your counselor, all of that information. All right, so we'll have you sit back and listen, and we'll let you know what our decision is. All right, so what are your thoughts on the recommendation of parole back to trainer?
I can go.
Okay.
I think this was an excellent interview. He has a very little history. He articulated everything with, I think his answers were great. He had thought about this. He was very honest about, he couldn't remember, but he has read the incidents and he understands the magnitude of it. When I asked him about his values, it was family, health, and love. A lot of people don't mention love because there's so many people that are incarcerated that are antisocial, and it's nice to see that part, that he has a love and a compassion for people. And I saw the remorse. So I will be in agreement with the DOC recommendation to parole him to his mother's house. The codes that I would suggest would be PGD3, the 48 for substance abuse. We could add cognitive or mental health to continue with this therapy, and the 50A.
Okay, Dana, what are your thoughts?
So a lot of things come to mind, you know, when I review this. Okay, made one horrible decision, blackout drunk. Not great, but I get it. It's not an excuse. Now, he was on bond and in the community for nearly a year and was somehow able to navigate that. Going back to that same community, knowing a little bit about small town Iowa, it's going to be different this time. The therapy, and the reason I didn't get into this, you know, with Brock is, you know, I think the therapy is going to have to, obviously it's a must for him, but I think it might be beneficial if he brought his support system with him, because they're going to have to navigate this as well in a small town, because people are going to confront them, talk to them. It's the nature of the beast. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that's just how it works in a small town. I mean, he's got his work cut out for him. There is no margin for error. There is no margin for error here, because every turn he makes, every time he's out and about, eyes are going to be on him. And I think he needs to probably have a serious conversation with his PO about, you know, there's guardrails and he needs to stay between them. Because I can guarantee you there might be people in that small community that will have his PO on speed dial.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the fact that, you know, he was on bond for a year and able to navigate that. Now we have to ramp up, you know, our awareness, you know, if this is granted, and I guess it's on him to see how he navigates it. I agree with the codes, the 48, the substance, mental health. I think that's key. That therapy needs to continue. Obviously, an alcohol prohibition. That's why we're sitting here today, you know, largely. But I do think he needs to reinvent himself in this community. I think he needs to have buy-in with this community if he's going to have any support at all. So, you know, one of our colleagues, Mr. Moses, is big on buying in the community and some community service. I would, if you're in agreement, I'd recommend throwing some of that on there. That's going to earn him some goodwill.
Great idea.
In the community, and you know, that through that work, maybe build some relationships and you know, gain additional support. But I think it's critical that he invest himself in the community at some level.
How much are you thinking?
In my opinion, I don't think a couple weeks of community service is too much to ask.
40.
Yeah.
Okay. I agree. I think that's a good idea. I'm also going to support this plan for release. And I had kind of tossed around a couple ideas in my head, jumping back and forth between whether it was a good idea or not to transition him through the work release. But I really don't like to send, especially younger people there if we don't need to. And so I think that's a good idea. I think you're right that there are going to be some people, obviously on his side, he has his family and everything there, but there are going to be people who want to see him not succeed and not be there. And I actually was wondering, what you guys' thoughts were. So I support the community service and I'm thinking that that's probably a better way to go about it. But I had also thought about the GPS unit to begin with. And I'm kind of two minds. On one hand, nobody wants to walk around with that. On the other, it can help with some comfort for the victims from a small town, but also if there are any allegations about him, he's able to show where he's been and whether or not he was doing what he needed to do.
Actually, I like that for a couple of reasons. It's a safeguard for him and it's a safeguard for the community, especially the victims. And I read the letter, that was written by one of the victims, and I think that would go a long way towards their feeling of safety. I mean, it's not going to erase it, of course. I mean, it is a very well written letter, a lot of emotion in it. But I think GPS would probably help both sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. I will add that in. That'll help. All right. So, Mr. Livengood, you heard our discussion. We are gonna grant your parole back to your mom's house. And, you heard some of our reasons for what we decided, but I am gonna walk you through the codes just briefly. So you'll go out on parole, straight parole to mom's house. You'll have all of the standard conditions of parole that everyone has when they leave, and your PO will go over those with you. And then what we do is when we review someone for release, we put additional special conditions of parole is what they're called. And there are things that we'd like you to engage in out in the community that we think will help you be successful. So the very first one is called a 40A, and it's treatment. It's things we want you to do. So the first one is to engage in some sort of substance abuse treatment, and it sounds like you plan to go to AA. Continue to address your mental health with a counselor. And then you heard our discussion about the GPS unit. We are going to start you out on that. You don't have to stay on it the entire time you're on parole. It will be up to your PO to determine when that comes off. Then the 40B, we'd like you to engage in 40 hours of community service, and your PO will help you decide what works best in that space. And then the final one is a 50A, and that's a prohibition on drinking alcohol or being places where alcohol might be the primary activity. So no liquor stores, no bars that don't sell food, and then you may be subject to random UAs at your PO's discretion as well. So thank you for your time today, and get out there and do well.
Wish you well
Thank you. Nice meeting you all.
as well.
Nice to meet you too.
I will call you over.
Yeah, we're just gonna take a real quick bathroom break before Frederickson. We'll be right back.
No problem.
Thanks.
Hello. So, Mr. Frederickson,
Yes.
how's things going with him so far?
There's been a lot of progress since his interview last year. So
Okay.
things are going very well right now.
Good to hear. Anything new from the evaluation that was submitted?
Nope, nothing new since the recommendation.
Okay. You can, if my colleagues have no question, do you guys have any questions?
I don't.
Okay.
Oh, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
And I guess I can see, the psych eval and some of the notes from his treatment about that progress, but has there been anything like that you've observed specifically about him that you think has changed since last time?
Acceptance. As we got to working through stuff, and especially after he went through the restorative justice class, he kind of saw the flip where he was able to sit down and own up to what he did and accept it, and he's admitted that he's internally struggled with what he did and didn't want anyone to view him that way. So I guess that was the biggest thing, is he's been working through the big book for NA and AA, and it was kind of going through those steps. It all just kind of hit all at once, going through that restorative justice, and he just showed up in here in the treatment center one day and was like, we need to talk, and he just owned everything that had happened and sat there and got very emotional about it, set up his own meeting with psychology to discuss it further. And so that's the part that I've noticed, that he's really owned it.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
Yep.
All right, bring them on in. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name and your state number for me.
Brian Keith Frederickson, 664-1681.
Thank you, Mr. Frederickson. My name is Jesse Rincon. My colleagues today are Meredith Lamberti and Dana Winger, and we'll be conducting your interview today. I'm going to explain the process to you, okay?
Yep.
So this interview today is considered being a public forum, meaning that the public and the media can listen in, but they cannot participate. We can possibly discuss confidential information such as your mental health, substance abuse, and your medical history. Do you understand this, and are you willing to continue with this interview?
Yes, I am, sir.
So how this works, I'll start off by asking you to describe the crime in detail, what was going on in your life at that time, and what brought you to prison. After that, my colleagues and myself might have some questions for you to answer. After we complete our question, I'll ask you if you have anything for the board that you've prepared or want us to know, or something that we missed. And once we've completed our questioning, we'll go into what's called deliberation, meaning we're going to make a decision. And once we make a decision, I will come back to you and explain the best I can, okay?
Okay.
So I want to start off by you describing what happened. Take your time, take a big deep breath, and just walk me through that day.
Okay, well, I was under the influence of drugs
Okay.
to begin with, which is never a good situation. And Mrs. Colburn came home that day, and I started arguing with her about things going on in our life and stuff, and she admitted that she had cheated on me. And I went off the deep end there, and she was in the bedroom, and I was standing like by the door. And I ran up to her and grabbed her and threw her on the bed, and I punched her in the eye on both sides. And I was in such a rage, I guess is the best way to say it. And then I was yelling at her and stuff, and then I left the room, and I went to change my shoes, and stuff, and I put my boots on, and I came back. And then, I grabbed her again and I threw her down, and then I stepped on her chest, which, prevented her from breathing, choking her. And, then I went into the bathroom and I grabbed, the curtain rod, and I went back in the bedroom and I hit her over the head with it. I'm gonna say like 3 times. And then, after that, you know, I went into where the washer and dryer were, and I grabbed some heat, called heat for your car. And I went in there and I sprinkled it over the bed and I trailed it out the door, and I slammed the door shut. And then I was gonna light it, then my lighter failed, and then I threw the lighter. I heard a big slam, and it was the window, and I saw her sitting in the window. And I ran up to her and stuff, and then she jumped out the window, which the reason she jumped out the window is because she thought I was starting the house on fire, and you know, what other option would she have? And then after that, I ran downstairs where she was, and I asked her if she was all right. She said no, that her ankle was broke and stuff. And then she told me to take her keys, take her car, and leave. And I did.
Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. At this time, we do have the victim on and she wants to share a statement. So I'm gonna turn it over to Heather.
Thank you. All right, so Sandy, I'm going to, I think, oh, wait, okay, here we go. Sorry, it's a little different. Sandy, can you hear me? Can you unmute, Sandy?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you're awesome. Thank you. Sorry for that. It's a little different when it's a phone in. So go ahead and share your statement when you're ready. Please keep it directed at the board and not towards Mr. Frederickson. Go ahead when you're ready. Thank you.
My name is Sandy Coburn. I am the victim of Brian Frederickson. On December 26, 3 years ago, he viciously attacked me, strangled me, beat me, and doused me with the lighter fluid and tried to set me on fire. He would not let me leave my apartment. I had to jump from my 2-story apartment window in an attempt to escape him killing me. While I did live through the attack and escape, it has left me permanently disabled. After being in the hospital for over a month, numerous surgeries on various parts of my body, and a year of painful physical therapy, I still require day-to-day care for normal routines of life from my family members. My right heel was shattered, which they had to reconstruct. My left shoulder, which I've had a total shoulder replacement. A rod in my left leg from my femur. A shattered right knee, along with a shattered orbit eye socket caused by his fist. His original charge was attempted murder, but he took a plea deal for a lesser charge. The sentence was for 12 years, but so far he has served less than 3 years. While he is eligible to be paroled and released, I will never be able to be released from the physical and mental pain I live with every day of my life. I now live with PTSD because of the severity of the beating and what he put me through. I suffer from night terrors, not being able to walk more than 25 feet, being wheelchair bound. He has deprived me of being able to play on the ground with my grandchildren, walking at the park with my grandchildren. I still have to have family members help me with daily activities like bathing, cooking, and cleaning, etc. I can't work anymore because I am permanently disabled due to the injuries suffered at his hands. This is a lifelong sentence for me. If he gets released, especially if it's to my community, my worst fear is that he's going to come after me and finish what he started. He told me, quote, "I don't care if it's years later, he will find me and finish me off," unquote. I humbly ask you to deny Brian's parole and keep him behind bars to finish the sentence he agreed to by accepting the plea for a lesser charge from the original attempted murder charge and that the court imposed. I want to thank you for your consideration, Sandy Coburn.
Thank you, Sandy. I'm gonna go ahead and mute you, and you can go ahead and be here for the rest of the interview. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. So, Mr. Frederson, you heard the victim's statement. What are your thoughts on that, without addressing her, speaking directly to us?
She's absolutely right. I probably don't deserve parole. I feel horrible for what I did to her and her family and the ripple effect that I caused and the damage I've caused in her life. I can only imagine what she goes through every day and having to deal with that and having to deal with everyday life, like she said, from what my hands did to her. And I'm sorry for what I did.
You stated that you were under the influence. What kind of drugs or alcohol were you using at that time?
Methamphetamine.
Was you smoking or slamming it?
Smoking.
You recently took the restorative justice class.
Sir.
Tell me what you got from that.
When we were asked what we got from it and stuff, my 3 things were taking accountability for what I did to somebody and accountability for my own actions. And that accountability led to stop playing victim, stop justifying, and stop lying. And to be rigorously honest in any situation. It was a new thing for me. And the ripple effect that I caused, like I said, to Sandy and to her family, to the justice system, to my family, to everybody involved in it. And last but not least, the one thing that really got to me was atonement instead of amends. And once I really figured out what atonement meant, it was like, well, this isn't going to be easy, but this is what I'm going to strive for, is atonement.
How do you feel now? How do you feel now that you've been able to open up and talk about this? How do you personally feel?
It's a new life. It's no matter what, I won't lie. No matter what. And that took a long time to get to. From when I walked out of here last time, I could only imagine how Mrs. Coburn felt that I didn't admit to what I did. And I stopped thinking about myself, and I took her into consideration in everything I started doing. And then another guy and I in here, I won't mention names, we started this meeting on Sunday nights. And there's no certificates, there's no signing in. It's just come and be yourself, and we read out of the big book. And I got a sponsor on the outside and just started doing what I was supposed to be doing years ago. And things just, when you do good, things change. I've never committed a crime under the sober. And yeah, I mean, that's, sobriety is huge to me. Accountability, ripple effect, and atonement.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. You took active class as well, correct?
Yes.
Tell me what you got from that.
I didn't apply myself much to that because I was still in a different frame of mind. I'll give you an example of where I was then and where I am now.
Okay.
It's actually embarrassing, but I asked why do people know how a bear is going to act? Why do you keep provoking that bear or poke at that bear? And that was a question. I thought about that yet one day, and then I brought it up to my counselor and stuff, and I was like, how sick was I back then, you know, compared to where I'm at now? And I thought about that, and I always think about that and how embarrassing it is to have thought that way. My thought process was so screwed up and from drugs and everything. And once I started restorative justice, I mean, I was ready. I was to a point, but I still learned so much from the speakers that were involved there. And at first I was like, I couldn't relate to anybody because I didn't kill anybody, thank God. And but then I started looking at it as taking accountability, more accountability, and they just really opened my eyes.
You know, that's one thing that I really liked about, I used to facilitate active a few years back. And one thing I like about that, active doesn't give you the answers. It gives you tools so you can come up with the answers. And it sounds like that some things have come to light for you either through restorative justice or active. So that's a good thing. And I can't help to think that you wouldn't be really sitting in front of us if that lighter would have lit that night, you know. That was a blessing in disguise in my eyes. So I have no more questions. I'm gonna pass it to my colleagues at this time, Meredith or Dana.
I think I just actually have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Frederickson. It's nice to see you in a different state of mind than the last couple of times that we've talked. It looks like, so the last couple of times you were up for parole, you wanted to go to Remnant and Council Bluffs. And it looks like now the plans changed to have you go through the work release in Mason City. And I think that's a great plan, but I want to hear some of your reasoning behind why you selected that different district and why you selected a work release, why it changed.
The main reason is actually what Ms. Colburn said, not to make her feel safer, not going back to that community, being further away is probably the number one reason. And I wanted to go to workforce and then to 3/4 warehouse, because when I get out of here, I need to maintain what I've started in here out there with the big book, the sponsor, getting to meetings, doing what I need to do, because I don't want to steer off in any other direction. But the biggest reason is to make Miss Colburn feel safer.
Do you have any other connections to the Council Bluffs area or any reason that you would be going back there?
No, I'm from Minnesota.
Does your family still live in Minnesota or do you have anyone in Mason City?
No one in this city, they're all in Minnesota.
Okay. Long term, have you thought about whether you want to stay in Iowa or if you want to return to Minnesota?
Eventually, well, I want to go to halfway house and then 3/4 way house at BG Clark. And then from the 3/4 way house, I would like to parole back to Minnesota if that's even possible. Otherwise, I actually wanted to go to, if Carroll, Iowa had a halfway house, I wanted to go there because I work at Game 1 and I wanted to work there again, but there's other opportunities in Mason City too, so yeah.
What kind of work do you think you'll be looking for when you first get out?
And I want to stay in the t-shirt screen printing and embroidery. I really enjoy that. I don't want to go back to construction because I have arthritis and I just can't handle it anymore.
Okay. And then my final question is, have you talked to your family members about everything that you've shared with us today?
One of the hardest things was, I told them about about the lighter fluid and stuff, I told him that I didn't do that. One of the hardest things was, besides just today with Miss Colburn and stuff, was telling them that how much I lied to them and how much I was convincing of that. And I guess my daughter would put it the best way, that she hates the things I've done, but she'll always love me and be there for me. I guess is the best way I can say how they explained it. I'm sure they knew along the last 20 years that my dad's full of crap. I'm sure they knew in some way, shape, or form they're not dumb.
Right, but it's different when they actually hear you acknowledge it, even if they knew.
I will say that my relationships in here have tenfolded with my family and with my stepdaughter, and yeah.
I think that was all I had for you for right now. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Meredith. Dana?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. So earlier you indicated, I've never committed a crime when I was sober. So let's talk a little bit about the meth use. When did that start? What was your circle of associates, and how often were we using?
Prior to the crime and going to jail, I started meth 4 years before that, for probably the dumbest reason ever, is because what my one boy went through, and I wanted to know what was so strong about the drug, so I went and tried it. And that's the only reason I did try it. And my meth use up till that day it got to be every day. In the beginning, it wasn't. I tried it. I liked the way I felt on it. And then all of a sudden it became an addiction, which I knew was probably gonna happen because I have an addicted personality. And then it became to every day the last 2 years. And it became to not going to work. That's the only thing that mattered. And yeah, I guess that's the best way I can explain it.
Okay, so what have you learned since you've been incarcerated through your programming? That's going to make sure that we don't fall back into that cycle, because obviously, you indicated you were on meth when you committed this crime, and it was a fit of rage, and it was extremely violent, and the victim got it right. I mean, you took a plea deal to a willful, but it was an attempted murder charge. How are we going to ensure that we don't fall back into that cycle? Because, in this case, extensive damage has been done, and I need some reassurance that this isn't ever going to happen again.
With staying in the program for me is huge, and furthering my treatment when I get out of here. And accountability, like having a sponsor. My family's pretty huge in keeping me accountable and holding myself accountable. And the lying was the big thing for me. And just doing the right thing through atonement, and never taking things for granted. That's a big thing too. And working a full-time job, staying on track. I know that in this last year, my thought process is a lot different too. It really changed my thought process in everything. Like, I've had bad thoughts and stuff, but they don't last as long and they go away. And stuff like that. Maybe seeing a psychologist on the outside too, once in a while, I think would help you.
Yeah, I certainly think that would be helpful. I mean, my concern is and I'm taking your words here, as you mentioned that you had an addictive personality. You go to, a work release center. I mean, there's all walks of life in different states of either recovery, accountability. I mean, you might have some that are in the right frame of mind to do the right thing every single day and move on, and you might have some that aren't there yet. With that addictive personality, how do you stay away from those pitfalls?
Well, I know for me, I stay on track and, like I do around here and stuff, there's a lot of negativity here I've had to walk out of the room before. I've had to go and open up the big book. I've had to, call my family, my sponsor, stuff like that. I don't want to be around any of it. And, when people do talk to me and stuff about, using drugs and stuff like that, which is huge in here, I just tell them I'm not interested. I don't want to talk about it. I have nothing to say about it. And I stay focused on what I need to stay focused on because yeah, I don't want to ever come back here. I don't ever want to hurt anybody like that again, ever. And I know the way to do that is through recovery.
I have no further questions.
Anna, do you have any other ones? So that completes our questioning, Mr. Frederickson. If you have anything at this time that you would like us to know that we didn't cover or something that you would like to say, you have the floor at this time.
I think I've said everything I possibly can say about, and I'll just say that right now, speaking the truth, compared to the first 2 years I was in here, feels really good. And nothing will ever take away what I did to Mrs. Colbert. Nothing. And I'm sorry. That's all I have.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So at this time, just sit back. We're going to go into deliberation, make a decision. You'll be able to listen. Once we're done with that, I'll come back to you and explain, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Colleagues.
I can go first. So obviously a horrific crime. And I don't take lightly the statement from the victim. I had read a previous letter that was in the research that we all did prepping for this. Some of the things in there, he should have to do his whole sentence. I can't disagree with that. However, there was a plea deal to a lesser charge that came with a lesser sentence. That's not on us. That's not our role. Our role is to figure out at what point is this individual on the right path, because at some point they're all going to get out at some point. What is our best move to ensure their success? So A, it never happens again. And B, they can be successful. This plan, I was curious as well. Miss Meredith was able to clear that up with one of her questions. Mason City seemed like an odd space for me.
Right.
And he explained that. And the reasoning for that is valid. And the fact that he came to that conclusion actually helped me a little bit in that regard. We're a whole state away because, that victim's feeling of safety has merit, considerable merit in my book. If he did his whole sentence and he was just discharged from prison, we lose the opportunity as a board to provide structure, programming, expectations, a reacclimation plan to make sure that he stays on the right track. We lose that grip on him, if you will, to ensure that accountability. That's why I I can support the work release recommendation because it gives us the ability to control what happens from this point forward to some extent. Largely, it falls on the PO, you know, and the DOs at the facility, but I see them as an extension of his progress, which is gonna be up to him. But it does allow us some control and some structure rather than just waiting and discharging him and hoping for the best. So I can agree with that. Obviously, there's some codes that need to go with that. The 48 is substance abuse. I would throw mental health on there as well. Because I think it took him a while. I wasn't here, I wasn't on the board the last time, but I mean, he's taken a big step, you know, from a year ago to where we sit today. But I think there's more that can be done. So I'd throw the mental health on there. Obviously, the prohibition, you know, on the alcohol. Any pitfalls that lay out that we need to try and eliminate them for him. And then, you know, I talked about the structure and the programming and the plan to move forward. We can put all that in place and it's up to him. We'll either see him again or we won't. But having that structure and that control, I think, makes me feel a little more comfortable with moving forward with the DOC's plan.
Thank you, Dana. Meredith?
I'm also gonna support the work release with the diversion to Mason City. I think that it's a good plan and an avenue for him to go get himself transitioned with supervision, ensure that he can continue the sobriety and his mental health work out in the community, and then eventually, you know, perhaps go up to Minnesota or stay in the Mason City area. But it's, you know, hours away from the victim. It addressed some of that concern. Obviously, that's never going to go away for her, and we've heard her speak now. I think I've heard her at least 3 times, and there's no, it's never going to feel for her like there was justice done, because she's feeling this for the rest of her life. But the reality that we have to deal with is that there's only about 2 years left on his sentence. It will take a year or more to get him through a work release program. And then if he does want to go through a transitional housing, before going out on his own, where there would be, you know, so at the work release, he's a level 4. So, you know, he'd be having frequent check-ins with his PO. He would, you know, be required to attend certain substance abuse treatment, mental health treatment. And if he didn't, he would, you know, there could be ramifications for that. And then as he would go to a transitional space, there would be meetings required, AA required. We can require UAs, we can require drug testing, and we forego all of that if we hold him through the end of his sentence. So I think that this is, with what we have, the best balance that we can strike between safeguarding the community and doing what we can to help him continue the success that he's been able to get in the last few months. And so coding wise, I'd be looking at a 40A substance abuse and mental health, and a 50A. I'd be fine adding beyond this one. I don't know that he would ever qualify for it starting at a level 4, but I think that it's something that we can add on there.
I agree with that. You okay with that too, Dan?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Frederickson, before I give you my vote, I want the forum to understand that prior to this interview, we were able to not only see the recommendation of your counselor, the institutional records, the risk assessments, criminal history, substance abuse history, treatment history, and your release plan. We take all these things into consideration. This is just a small part of it. I too am going to be in agreement with the DOC recommendation to release you to work release. I think the plan is solid. I'm real happy about the diversion. for the victim's sake and for the victim. Thank you for speaking on this as well. It had impact. I like what you said about what restorative justice did for you, about the accountability. You stop playing the victim and stop lying. I think you now have room for growth, and that's a good thing. So you heard us talk about some codes. So the codes that get you to work early, so the WRGC11P, the 40A is a treatment code. We want you to get substance abuse treatment. We also want you to get a baseline for your mental health, just see if you need any extra help out there. And the 58, we absolutely want you to drink no alcohol, period. So no bars, no liquor stores, okay? That will conclude this interview. Do you have any questions?
Sir.
Yes. All right, and that's it. We wish you well and appreciate your growth that we've seen.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay.
Morning.
Morning.
Looks like we've got Mr. Ortiz up next with you.
Yep.
Any updates or anything that we should know about him that's not in the recommendation?
I did update the release plan. He has received 6 minor reports since the release plan was submitted. I mean,
Yeah.
not are serious conduct issues, but they do stack up, so.
Like what kind of behavior is going on with those?
So 2 of them were for having his hood on and just basically brushing off staff directives after he's been told to take his hood down. 2 of them were for having excess property. I'm assuming they were offenders' property that left his room or he bought them on the yard. He got charged for that. And then one of them, he had his SAMS medication. He had just a loose pill or a couple that were popped out just sitting in his locker. And then the last one, he was late for pill line on 2 separate occasions. So.
Dana or Jesse, any other questions?
I think I'm good.
Sound like we're ready to bring them in then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here. Yep. Is unmuted.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and your ID number for me?
My name is Mario Ortiz and my ID number is 1143072.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. My name is Meredith Lamberti, and here with me are Jesse Rincon and Dana Wingert, and we're the three-member panel of the Board of Parole. We're going to be talking to you this morning. Before we get started, I do want to go over a couple of things with you so you know what to expect today. The very first thing that's important for you to know is that this Zoom is considered a public forum. And what that means is that members of the public or the media, they can listen to your interview, but they can't participate in it. But because they can listen, it's important that you know we might discuss some personal and confidential information today. And that includes things like your medical history, mental health history, substance abuse history, treatment history, or other confidential information. So do you understand that we might talk about some of those things today?
Yes,
All right, and do you still want to have the interview?
yes.
Okay, so what's gonna happen is that each of the three of us might have some questions for you, and we'll start with our questions first. And then once we're done with our questions, I'll turn back to you, and that's when you'll have the chance to tell us anything else that you'd like for us to know or anything that you might have prepared for us today. And then once you've had a chance to make that statement, then the three of us are going to go into our deliberation where we discuss what our decision is going to be. And we'll do that here on the Zoom, so you'll be able to listen to our discussion as we're having it. And then once we make a final decision, I'll turn back to you. I'll deliver that decision. I'll explain anything about it that might be confusing, and then that will end our interview for the day, okay? Are you ready to get started?
Yes.
All right, why don't you start by giving us a brief but detailed explanation of the crime that you committed that led to you being in prison and what was going on in your life at that time?
Well, what happened that day was like my daughter had told me that she was having problems with her neighbor. And I went over there to talk to the guy and we ended up having a fight. I ended up assaulting him and that's pretty much what happened that time.
So what was going on? What led to it escalating to the point of a physical confrontation?
Really what was going on, I guess, he was like beating on the walls and I guess my daughter had called the cops, but nothing came up out of it. So I went over there to talk to the guy and we ended up in an argument. And that's what led to the physical confrontation.
Were you under the influence of any alcohol or any other substances?
No, I wasn't.
I guess, can you walk us through what you were feeling or what was going on that led to the decision to escalate it from a verbal argument into something physical?
Well, basically, I was really worried and about my daughter, my granddaughter that had just been born, and I think really what happened, I lost control, and that's what caused it to escalate.
And at what point did you decide to pick up the pipe and use a weapon?
when I went outside, went outside, that I was trying to avoid the confrontation after the fight had been broken up. That he came outside running after me again, and that's when I picked up the pipe and used it.
All right, can you tell us a little bit about your release plan and what you plan to do for employment? And then what you plan to do after you leave the work release?
Okay, well, my plans is, as soon as I leave, I already got a job set up to start painting again, which I've been doing for 24 years. After that, hopefully in the next 6 months, I'm hoping to start my painting business again. And eventually this year, hopefully get a house to get my kids to come back and live with me again.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't hear you said what type of a business was it that you used to have that you want to start back?
A house painting business.
Painting. Did you have anyone that you owned the business with that's keeping it open, or would you have to start kind of back from scratch?
Well, my partner, he basically, the business kind of went down after I got incarcerated. Right now I will have to, he's working for somebody else right now, waiting on me to get out to get it going again. So right now, like I said, I will have to start back working for the other person that I used to work with before I started the business, and little by little started again. So yeah, we will have to start it basically almost fresh.
Are you planning to work with that same partner again or do it on your own?
I'm planning on getting the ball rolling with him at the beginning, but eventually I definitely want to start going on my own.
I think I'm gonna see what my colleagues have to ask you, and then I might circle back in the end with some more questions. Jesse, do you have any questions?
I do. Good morning, how are you?
Pretty good, how are you?
Good, thank you. So where are your kids right now?
My kids are with their grandmother. The mother left to her country and basically left them with the grandmother. They are in Moreno.
Okay, thank you. I was reading that you had gotten your high set.
Yes.
Congratulations, it's a big accomplishment.
Thank you so much.
And the reason I bring this up is because you dedicated yourself to that work. What's your plans on getting through work release and your parole? How dedicated will you be to accomplishing that?
Well, being incarcerated for 2 years, it really opened up my mind to, what's really valuable in life. Like basically my life is my kids now. What I want to do is I really want to take like a 2-year study of criminal justice or something like that. I want to continue that after work, my everyday work. I really want to finish that program because my kids need me. So basically, like I said, my life is, I don't consider my life mine anymore. I consider my life belongs to my kids, and that's what I want to dedicate my life to.
Yes. And the reason I asked you about how you're going to do, dedicating to your work is you caught a bunch of minors recently, and especially right before work, you come for an interview, you want to have everything lined up, but you kind of took a turn backwards almost. So explain to me what's going on.
Oh, what happened with the minors is like, I don't know, I guess it was adjusting to the new rules that they had in the honor unit. It took me a minute by the time I finally got it. Like, like having my hoodie on, like I walk outside to go work out, I forget that I gotta put money in my card. So by the time I get back inside, I forgot to take it off, stuff like that. I did violate a couple of rules, a few rules that I shouldn't have. But it's like, I made some mistakes, right now I haven't gotten any more, like going back to study, you know, but I did make some mistakes, but hopefully, I mean, nothing major, like.
Right. But you feel those mistakes are behind you now and
Oh,
that
yeah,
you
definitely.
figured out the rules?
Definitely. Sometimes like it takes me a little bit to adjust, but I guess I finally got it.
Were you diagnosed with any kind of mental health at all?
I was diagnosed with anxiety and adjustment disorder.
You take any medication for that?
I was taking medication, but the medication was making me like too sleepy. So I decided to wait until I got out because I wanted to continue my ICEMAN and finish the ICEMAN and stuff. So I needed to be more alert. So I decided to go and continue my treatment once I got out.
So you do plan on seeking that out if you are related? Okay, perfect. I have no more questions. Thank you for asking those ones that I did have.
You're welcome.
Any questions?
Yeah, I just have a couple. So, Mr. Rincon touched on some of it. He talked about these, recent violations, you know, and, you know, 3 or 4 of them are within, you know, just the last few weeks. Okay. And that's an issue for me. You know, you said, well, you know, new rules or whatever. Well, I mean, I don't buy that because the institution makes the rules. Your job is to follow them. It's just that simple. You know, and it takes me a little time to adjust. You mentioned that. I don't like that either because there's going to be rules at work release as well. And there's going to be conditions of parole. And there's not a grace period of a little bit of time to adjust. So give me some reassurance that you're going to fix that problem.
Like I said, all I got in my mind right now is like to be there for my kids. I know I'm in the verge of either leaving or staying again on a lay down, and I made some mistakes. I mean, I acknowledge, I take full responsibility, but I'm fully dedicated, and I know this opportunity, if I do get it, I'm not gonna waste it. I'm gonna be fully dedicated to completing it, so I can be with my kids. My kids need me, so you know I need to stop. You know.
So,
Yes.
okay, let's talk a little bit about drug and alcohol history. I mean, what's been your experience with that, and where are you at today?
Where I consider myself I don't think about alcohol. I don't even think about smoking cigarettes, which I used to smoke back a day. I'm not focused on that. I'm not needing that. Yeah, I had some experiences back in the days. I think I had a DWI back in 2002. I was drinking beer a little bit here and there before I got incarcerated, but I don't consider myself addicted to any drugs. I'm not thinking about drugs, and I don't hang around with people that do drugs.
So you've never used methamphetamine?
I did in the past. I used a few drugs, but I've never, like I said, I was never addicted to any drugs that I would continue consuming.
And when's the last time you used meth?
I think years, probably like 4 years. Not exactly remember what day, but it's close to like around 4 years or something like that. But as like a test drug or something like that, you know, like not addicted to drugs.
So that won't be an issue
No, that will never be
moving
any
forward?
No.
What kind of support system do you have left in Des Moines?
But I have my kids, my older kids. I have in Des Moines, I have friends, my working partners, which I known them ever since I moved to Iowa in '98. I have in Des Moines, I have my family by my mother's side, but basically my major support is really my kids and my mother and brother. But my mother and brother, I talk to them on the phone because they live in Florida. So my kids is my major support.
So earlier you said you have some kids in Grinnell as well,
Yes. I
but
have
you
two,
have,
I have two older kids that live in Des Moines.
okay. I have nothing further.
Any follow-up questions? All right, so Mr. Ortiz, now is your time to tell us anything else that you'd like for us to know or anything that you might have prepared for us today.
Well, what I need you guys to know is that I'm really prepared to go outside and take care of my family. Like that's so basically this 2 years that I've been incarcerated. It's been pretty much torture for me because I really, I'm a family person and I should be out there spending this time with my kids. I had a kid that graduated high school also. I got kids that are dropping out of school because I don't have me out there to look after them. So basically, I've been torturing myself ever since I committed this crime. It's been more of a torture than just serving time. And I'm definitely ready to get out there and do good and be a father like I'm supposed to be.
All right. Well, if you sit back, listen, and we'll let you know what our decision is. I do want to let you know before we go into this deliberation that, in addition to today's interview, we've also been able to review, your record from your time at DOC and your criminal record before that, record of what treatment you've completed, any correspondence we might have received. We have access to a significant amount of information, and this interview is just a piece of our investigation. So we'll go into that and we will let you know what our decision is. Jesse or Dana, what are your thoughts on the recommendation here for work release?
Yeah, my first concern reading the evaluation was the minors, and they stack up after a while. You just see this kind of continued behavior. But then again, I looked into the minors and they weren't made. If there was one major in there, I'd probably have a different decision in my head. But, a hoodie or I've worked in prisons. I know how those things work. Big fish and little fish, I think, and I asked him the question about his HISET because I know he was dedicated to getting that done. That's why I wanted to know what's your plan? Are you going to be dedicated to your work release or your parole? And it's going to be my hope that he is serious about it. So I'm willing to give him a shot. I'm willing to say work release has a lot of benefits that he could take advantage of and get him back on track and get him back with his family. So I'm going to be in agreement with the DOC recommendation with the he's going to work release and at the 4. Okay. So that would be a WRG C11. I would go ahead and put the mental health down for that as well, and the 20B and the 50A. I'm not sure if we need substance abuse because of the time passed, but it will never hurt to put down.
Dana, what are your thoughts?
I agree with Jesse. The minors piqued my interest, not necessarily, the nature of what occurred, but more the mindset and the pattern of behavior. Once you get to work release and get parole, those violations, depending on the magnitude, are going to carry a little more weight than, catching a minor in an institution. It can literally land him right back where he's at. But that's gonna be on him to change that behavior and make sure that he's abiding by all the conditions. I can also agree with the DOC's recommendation for work release for all the same reasons. I think the substance abuse certainly worthwhile. The mental health, the alcohol prohibition, I think is going to be important. We'll do our best to eliminate all the distractions that could land him back in the same seat. So I'm in agreement with the DOC.
All right. I'm also going to support this recommendation for work release. His TDD's in February. That gives him time to get through the work release and then have supervision out in the community. Code wise, I agree with the 40A. I do substance abuse and mental health, which he had substance abuse on his prior parole. I think the 50A is appropriate. And I would support the 20B since this, willful injury was while he was on parole. Not, happy about that. So I think that that's appropriate in this situation. Anything else?
That's it.
All right. So, Mr. Ortiz, we are going to grant your work release. So when you leave, you'll have all of the standard, conditions of parole in your PO. We'll go over those with you. And then we have a few special conditions of parole that we're going to have you complete. So the first is that 40A that we're talking about. We would like you to continue to address your mental health with someone in the community. We would like a fresh substance abuse evaluation since that's in your past. The 50A, that's a prohibition on drinking alcohol or being places where alcohol is a primary activity. So no liquor stores or bars. And it also means that you can be subject to random UAs by your PO at their discretion. And then the final one is a 20B, which is no early discharge, because you did commit a new crime and come back as a parole revocation. We are going to request that you stay on paper until your discharge date in February of next year. We thank you for your time today and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, guys.
Take care. Good luck.
Thank you. Yep.
Thanks, Rockwell.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys. That should be your last, correct?
Yep. See you guys next month.
Yeah, you guys have a good day.
You too.